have like this screen, like. But you guys are here, so we're just kind of starting from this screen. But my friend Cece Takato is going to be probably joining us. They were like, "Yay, thank you!" When I sent them the, we're going to be starting a stream soon. Like, come on in here, kind of thing. Yeah, so we're probably going to wait until at least like Cece Takato gets in here, or just give it like at least 5 minutes or something, you know. Hmm. Probably at this stage. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Here's a gun, children. You're that salty gamer. I don't know, maybe towards people you're playing. Nice. Yes. Oh, look. Oh, that's me. I apparently for some reason like my thing had emotes only for this room and I had to switch off of that. So I was testing it. I mean, we could call you that. We just can't. To be fair, we have in real life friend named Jackie. So no, they're not. Okay. Okay. So Bunny, Dragon, Lock. We're all mythical creatures. Actually, that works. Oh, we're coming up lore. Oh, so you've never seen a big boobied woman at the beach before? People are going to be asking about Sam's pronouns or Locke's pronouns. Sounds good. Alrighty, they. Dragon! Holy bra! Holy bra! How are you today, sweetie? How's my favorite moderator? Everyone, this is Holy Bra. Holy Bra, meet my sister Bunny and my friend Locke. I miss you. I missed you too, sweetie. How have you been, honey? This is how I talk to all my Twitch followers, by the way. Hey, what? Who you calling a horrible cook? Oh, I can't hear them. That's interesting. Ooh. Oh, okay. How do I do that? Do you know? Okay, gotcha. I will fix this. Okay, audio output. Okay. It's only giving me headphone speaker or microphone. Okay. Remote.
Okay.
So what are we doing wrong here? Yes. Oh, audio output. No. Twitch being a poopy head. Basically, we're doing this through Discord, so we're trying to figure out like how to get them to get, yeah, how to get their audio through. Yeah, sorry, I muted myself. Don't worry. We're just trying to get like everything like all sorted. I don't know how to get like audio through from Discord, so if anybody gets like any suggestions in the chat, feel free. Uh, Autumn, did you do something? I thought I heard myself again. Yeah, I heard myself through you, basically. Media source? No. What? Sam, you could talk.
Oh.
Locke, you could talk. It's fine.
Well, it just said meteor source, right? Go back to that if you can.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and continue.
It's only for, like, downloadable files. So. Okay. See what I mean by, like, testing stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Scene tech.
Maybe try audio output capture.
Audio what?
Audio output capture is one of the options for.
Yeah, I've done both output and input. It doesn't. See. It doesn't pick up Discord.
At that point, it would just pick up your. Well, actually, it would pick up the audio going to your headset, wouldn't it? The same thing you would hear is what they would hear.
Yeah.
And input, it doesn't.
You could try it.
For
Audio output capture, so you would pick up your headset, so it would hear us. As long as you don't hear your stream, there shouldn't be an echo. Autumn,
Can you
say something?
Not you guys, but the chat, because they say that they can hear them, but it's a little low.
It is picking it up. They're hearing her because you hear her, and then now waiting for your chat to catch up.
Howdy, are we on Discord? Are we not all turned up all the way? User volume. Let's turn you up.
I can hear the. Oh, okay. So it might be your guys' individually. Okay. Okay.
Oh, so you can hear us. Okay, cool. Yay!
So I'm going to do a quick. Ah, damn it.
So now it works.
Okay.
What are the downsides? I can't see your chat actually. Well, I guess that's fine for me.
We'll let you know what they say.
I saw so many people hate me all at once.
Oh, nobody could hate you, Locke. You're the bustiest chick in the bag. Okay, so does this sound good? Like, can everyone hear the game audio good?
I can't not, but I guess that's fine actually.
I think you have to turn something up on your end, Locke, because Bunny got it to work.
Oh, because I'm watching the stream but not listening to the stream.
There you go.
Yeah, that would be a problem, Locke.
Hey, this is how I died. I mean, like, there you go. Now people know, and I will never mention it again.
Ah, nice. Okay, so we're all good now. We're all good. Okay, now I'm gonna actually begin the real game, not the Phoenix Wright original trilogy game. I just like using that as like a test because like there's audio automatically at the menu, you know?
Yeah.
Alrighty, so do we want to start like official? I guess you could say like official greetings now that they can hear you.
Yes.
So everyone,
really? But okay.
Oh, don't be a party pooper lock. Anyway, hi everyone, welcome to my stream. This is my sister Bunny, and this is my best friend Locke.
Say hi, Locke.
Your best friend. That's all I am now.
What do you want me to say?
I told you what to say several times. Do you remember?
No.
Okay then.
I legit don't.
Don't confuse us, Locke.
Why? It's so fun though.
And also CC Ducato saying hi Bunny and Locke, and so far Holy Bra is going crazy for her bunny. Holy Bra thinks we're all cute. Yeah, Holy Bra thinks we're all cute.
He's at least 2.5D. I'm just 2D.
Oh ha. I got it. But yeah, everyone thinks you all are cute.
Yay!
Aww.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, I'm so glad you guys we could all come together for what a game I've been most anticipating for a long time, the Great Ace Attorney. Eee, I'm so excited for this. I'm gonna be squealing. Let's start the game.
Oh yeah, you've met me before in a stream. I popped in for a little bit.
Ready? System save data. Yeah. Bunny has appeared on my streams before, but only in chat. Only in chat. This is the first time you are hearing Bunny in the actual stream.
Yep. I know you.
Well, I guess there was a test stream, but that never got out afterwards.
No. Plus, I think that was only restricted to Discord. I didn't think we test streamed this, like, in Twitch. I'm gonna turn up the game audio for a minute. Hold on.
I guess all three of us are now? Like, the fact is, we're on a stream now doing it, so aren't we all?
True. You guys are all making your VTuber debuts. How do you feel?
I feel great. I don't know about Locke, though.
Well, apparently I'm two-dimensional. I've died in a number of different ways that unfortunately the chat doesn't know about.
We're still panning out the lore on Locke.
Oh, what game did you play, CC Ducato?
Yeah. What game did you play today, my friend? CC Ducato isn't a strictly gamer, so they're like, I actually played a game.
Oh, cool, like me.
Yeah. You and Bunny are in the same boat. Skyward Sword.
Very nice.
Yeah. Have you gotten Skyward Sword yet, Locke?
It's on my list, but it's one of those games like I've heard so many good things. It's just I never. Well, it's on the Switch now, right?
Yeah, that's what the big deal is about it.
Then I'll definitely play it, but I held off for a while because like I think it was still focused on motion controls in the past, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was for the Wii originally. Yeah, but it has button controls now, according to CC Ducato. But yeah,
I will definitely give it a try.
CC Ducato also says I'm a dirty casual gamer. Like, join the club, brother.
No, I'm a hardcore roguelike player. I'm not good at them, but I play them.
It's just you, me, Bunny, and CC Ducato in the casual gamer section.
Yep.
Well, that and my constant attempts of starting a D&D stream, but it's never worked out.
Also, Dragon is hardcore. I'm only hardcore in the sense that I play a lot. Like, video games are a cornerstone of my life.
It is the corner store of your life?
The corner store.
What's the mall?
It's the Walgreens of your life.
Yes, it is. Yes.
I go there frequently. I buy stuff I never thought I would buy. Yes!
Dragon, I walk into Walgreens. How do you greet me?
Hello, welcome to the store. Buy your shit and leave.
Perfect. 10 out of 10.
CC Takato says, now you can ask me about anime. Because, for anyone who doesn't know, CC Takato, big on anime. Ask them anything about anime, they know. Dare you. Nobody taking the challenge, I see. Good.
No, I'm debating different questions.
Oh, okay.
I'm very casual on anime too, so I don't know any questions.
Food war?
Food war?
Wars? Okay, let's do this. Food Wars. What was the first recipe? What was it called? What was the first, like, what was the, I guess that's literally episode 1, Food Wars. What was that? What was the thing that was served to what's-her-face?
You're literally quizzing them. I'm partially joking.
I'm not. Let's do this. I'm hijacking the stream. We're doing now an anime trivia show.
We haven't even started the game.
And then you know the answer then.
Oh, now you're
it
asking
is.
me a show I haven't seen much of, though. I did watch episode 1 of Food Wars, says C. Takaga.
Jokes aside, great show. Like, it definitely made me want to like try out new recipes. Like it was a pseudo pork roast. I believe that's what it was called. It consisted of mashed potatoes, bacon, mushrooms, and a few other savory ingredients to help it pull together.
Nice. So, we all are here for the Greatest Eternity Chronicles, right?
Yes.
You're the one in charge here.
I just remember people's clothes explode.
Clothes exploding.
Yeah, people's clothes
Oh.
explode. It's a very erotic show. Oh boy.
I've been told my food's amazing, but I never saw anyone's clothes explode off. So does that mean I have to keep trying?
Basically. Oh, by the way, Bunny, you're coming a little low there at times.
Oh, like my audio?
Yeah. Like, there's a couple times where it's like, I think you're breaking out a little.
Oh no, all food is erotic. It just depends on what your palate is. Whether you like it spicy, mild.
Can you say that any closer
I
to the
didn't have
mic?
a third thing to say.
Sweet!
Is this good? Can you guys hear me good now?
Yeah. It was just like a couple times, I think. It was just... It just wasn't picking at you up for whatever reason.
Interesting. I can hear it pretty well, so I'm not sure why not.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's start playing now.
Yeah. I really
Okay,
wanted...
I'm ready. I'll stop redirecting the stream to dumber things.
Alrighty, so how we basically play this game will be similar to the Phoenix Wright original trilogy that we all three played in our spare time. We didn't stream that. But we'll all be basically assigned characters to play. I will basically be playing the main character since I'm controlling the game. And I'll also be doing the voice of the main prosecutor and Herlock Sholmes. That being said, those are going to be my main three. I'm not going to take any more characters. Autumn, though, will be Mikoto, basically the assistant to me. The assistant to me and Iris Wilson. And Sam, you will be my best friend who wears a headband. You'll know him when you see him. Locke, you'll be my best friend.
What I'm hearing, he is just Naruto.
Yes.
Okay. It's literally just Naruto. Okay, I'm waiting for him to become a fox. It'll happen eventually. Someone needs to drop fox ears on me later.
No, that's Dual Destinies you're thinking of. Also, yeah, you'll be playing him along with the judge, and you'll have your first pick of the witnesses since you will only be playing those two as in terms of the main cast, you know.
All right, man. We will definitely do that.
And any other characters will just, like, call him as we see him, like, just basically be like, who wants to take this? That kind of thing. Herlock Sholmes sounds like a gender-flipped Sherlock.
Is it, though?
No.
Well, he's a guy.
Well, that would have been interesting, I guess.
It's just copyright reasons.
Yeah, it's for copyright reasons, yeah. You'd have to look it up exactly, but yeah, it's for a complicated copyright reason. They should be a girl. I agree, CC Gato. I would like to see female Holmes.
In their name.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, now that we got that out of the way, everyone ready to start?
Yes.
I guess.
Enthusiasm is striking, Locke. Alrighty, select adventures. And I do get special contents with this game because I got it early.
Ooh.
They had a woman. No, they had a woman. Watson in elementary.
Yeah, Sherlock was still a man in that one.
Unrelated note, there's a female Doctor Who, if anyone's interested in that one.
Yeah. I haven't heard too much about it, but I haven't been in the Doctor Who sphere for a while. Anyway, new game.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Japan and Britain are like right next to each other now.
The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Swept away with a gun.
I didn't do it, I swear.
But for one man,
Oh no, they're guilty as fuck.
era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
We're guilty as fuck! No!
Wait, isn't he the best friend from Dr. Stone?
Oh, they are getting fancy with us with the anime cutscenes.
You are so right, CC Takata. Also, there's a female Sherlock Holmes in live-action J-drama Miss Sherlock. Oh, that's cool! That's cool, a J-drama.
We'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
Oh, that and Promar.
Yes. Promar's just so good. Friday, the 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judiciary Defendants Antechamber? Number 5.
Chamber. Antechamber.
Thank you. The
Sure,
antechamber. It's a dungeon.
No, it's literally the anti-room. It's so. What does that mean, though? It should be, but it's clearly inside still.
Oh god, they're bringing out the British words on us. We're doomed. Still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. I mean, I totally shot that guy, but who could have known? That it would cause attention in a crowded restaurant?
Yeah, but they were rubber bullets. You know, that's not my fault.
No, poor
Yeah,
Elzika.
no.
Yeah,
This is before.
Oh yeah,
we're not
Miss
gonna.
Pearl already.
I know. She was so sweet. There's gonna be no like characters that we recognize in this game. It's all original, baby. Because, well, the other characters, they're not even sperm yet.
Let's not get into that much detail.
They ain't swimming in the. Okay, I'm kidding.
Lap.
I have to get a new husband now. I know, right? You'll have to pick up a new DILF here.
That's gonna be the prosecutor.
It's gonna be the judge.
Possibly. Ooh. Susukato's like, ooh, prosecutor, you say. So many choices. You'll have your fill, don't worry. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Hello, boyo.
Wait, so we're in Japan?
We're in Japan, yes. At the moment.
We're-
What?
We start off in Japan. We'll eventually go to Britain later, though.
Oh, okay.
Shut up, enjoy the backstory. Who wants to be the bailiff of an anime hentai?
I will beat all the bailiffs.
Okay, go for it.
What?
Stirring. Oh, no, nothing. That's me.
Save your glares, murderer.
Did you have a good time with Eli Dragon? I did have a great time with Eli. Thank you, Cece Ducato. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I enjoy having my boyfriend over. Sorry. Oh boy. My
Good
name. We just saw the Japanese ass name and we're like, oh.
So what I'm hearing is we're gonna substitute their names with new names.
No, we're not doing that. We're not whitewashing the Japanese man's name, Sam. Was Elok.
I'll keep that in mind when we get to Bikini again.
Oh boy. My name is Renosuke. Renosuke
Renoscu does sound correct.
Renosuke Naruhado. Fun fact,
Good.
Naruhado. Yeah, that's Phoenix's last name too. Gee, I wonder why.
I literally just assumed it was right, but I guess that was his first name.
Yeah. No, Rai is his English last name. Naruhado is his Japanese last name. He has a different name in Japanese.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does Naruhado mean?
I think it is like supposed to be like a pun on something. I think when they translated it to right, they weren't that far off, I think. But I could be wrong.
Gotcha.
Naruhodo? Chances are we'll probably hear his name said out loud, though. This has cutscenes that are fully voiced, as you guys just saw.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, so we'll base it off of that. In the meantime, we're going to be flipping this. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yumi University. It's like the opposite of when they made a sequel about the main character's kids. Exactly. Like, we're learning about... Oh, what was that?
You think a prequel?
Yeah. This is, Phoenix Wright's great-great-grandpappy. So this means he's going to be hanged for murder before he has any kids. Yeah.
Also, so this is a sequel prequel.
Yeah.
Because it came out after the fact about the future, but in the past?
Yep. Pretty much. This is like 1800s kind of thing. Taking a sip. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. I shot a dude. And now here I am, awaiting my trial.
Who is that?
I don't know.
That's enough.
Who. There's no name.
Oh,
Oh, it's Sam.
it's Locke.
Oh, great. Now I'm complaining to myself.
He's not obliged to listen to you. You're not the boss of me, too sane person.
I got it. Give me a sec.
Go to your room. You go to your room.
He's not obligated to listen to such abuse, officer.
Yeehaw.
Hee-ha.
And who are you?
I'm you.
I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today.
Also, I love how his headband is continuously swishing in the wind.
Right? It has its own
Also,
hair.
secretly Naruto's great-great-grandfather. But we don't talk about that yet.
Oh, because the headband, I see.
Lawyer? What's a lawyer?
What's a lawyer that you speak of? How long have you been working here?
About 3 months. Look, I'm new here. Yes, and until the judge has been given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue.
Or I will slice it off.
You will hold your tongue, or or else my sword will hold it for you.
Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet.
Oh, he's a student, not Warfuck.
Yeah, I think him and Ryosu is like around the same age.
Yes, you could probably tell I'm a student because of my, my student uniform and the thing I wear on my left arm.
Also, the fact that you look like you have a six-pack, but you still haven't graduated yet. But that's just anime.
Look, I'm working.
Whoa, holy.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Hollywood.
We haven't decided whether or not this is the case yet, but we'll see. And yet, I still seem to know better than than how a court officer should behave.
Oh, burn. Also, I love how that alert got Buddy.
Are you trying to murder me, dragon?
Yes, I didn't tell you guys about my alerts. They're all Ace Attorney themed, and they're all like that.
Also, don't forget, jury, I am not not against bribery. If I can pay you off to help us with this case, just let me know.
I mean, he's got the hits.
Yeah. Also, can I just appreciate this dude's sick burn of the court officer. Like,
Right?
you go, brother. Oh, and you're even handsome by the front.
Right? Rinosuke?
Wait until you see him from the back.
What was that?
Wait until you see him from the back.
Well, actually,
yeah.
Unfortunately, my rear end's a bit concave, but I wear pads for that.
It'd be so funny. It's like, this man has the anti-booty. Oh, we're only 5 seconds into the game, and yet we've been streaming for almost an hour.
Hey, it's fun this way, though.
True.
Now, you were saying?
Oh, yes, of course, sorry. Can't blame him, I'd be nervous too if I had a hunk like that for a friend.
Silence. What are you apologizing for? To me for?
Because I'm a bottom.
So, are we already doing the shipping?
From the very moment I saw him, yes.
Oh wow, the gay vibes are coming out already. This is Ace Attorney. Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry.
Ha 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 ha. There you go again, apologizing. Also, my name is Kazuma.
Kazuma. Gotcha. So my name is Kazuma. Damn it. I always get it wrong.
Sato. Kazuma Sato.
Okay, gotcha. Also, shipping an anime game? Unheard of. I know, right, CC Takato?
And just like always.
There you go, apologize just like always. Ah.
Though I must say, you've been all over the newspaper these past few days.
Oh. Gee, I wonder what the newspapers could be saying.
University professor murdered in cold blood by students. Student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it. Did you?
No, I totally did. Clocked him right in the middle of the restaurant. Everyone saw it. Of course not! You have to believe me! I didn't do it! I could never murder someone.
With a gun? Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high.
Also,
More hatred for trans on?
yeah. Apparently there's a character who is trans in that anime.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I've heard a lot of
I'll
good
give it that.
things. I've heard a lot of good things about Moriarty the Patriot. I've been meaning to watch that. You mean... Oh, what were you saying, buddy? Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Oh, Bondi.
James Bondy. Bond. Boned. I was trying to say the O out loud.
Dragon. Is your stream rated 18 plus?
Don't get too crazy. I'll tell you why later. They pronounce it the same, but just different. Actually, I can always just write in Discord to let you guys know, like, a bit of a heads up.
Oh, that's cool.
Ready? Okay, put it in Discord. Make it out what you will.
Mm. I believe you. I know you're innocent, Renosuke.
Yep. I mean, this would be a very short game if I wasn't. Kazuma
Asagi?
Asogi?
Asagi? I guess Asagi makes sense.
Asagi, yeah, that makes sense.
Kazuma Asagi?
Gotcha.
Doesn't
Alrighty.
really flow off the tongue, though.
We'll go over it for now, but they'll probably say it in a cutscene or so. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Sorry, I flubbed that. Also in his second year at Yumi University. Yep, same age. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate.
It's not that impressive.
Are you mind reading me?
I can read your mind.
We thought the exact same thing.
That very concept of lawyer is only a few years old here in Japan. Anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet.
He said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. Especially if I get to slap that ass. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. By the way, buddy, are you trying to say stuff?
Oh, no, my character just pops randomly.
Okay, just double check to make sure I'm not like we're not ignoring you or anything.
No, I haven't spoken.
Okay, gotcha. It looks like you're... Sorry. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last.
I know. It's been forever dreaming of this day.
I've been forever dreaming of this day.
You've been dreaming of it. I'm just in your dreams every night.
That's creepy.
Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and success in court. Wait, aren't I a minor? How am I doing that?
Again, the concept of lawyers is very new. Also, I want to point out Franziska von Karma was a lawyer at the age of 13, so the Ace Attorney universe, when it comes to lawyers, has a very interesting thing going on.
There are no
Am I a lawyer just by saying I am a lawyer?
There's no limit to your age in lawyering.
So I go to court, say I'm a lawyer, and if they try to rebuke that claim, I just lawyer them until I succeed. So I become a lawyer by succeeding.
Brute force lawyering. But yeah, there is actually a bar exam in this universe, but I don't know, I guess, like, so long as you're a prodigy, it doesn't matter. Just take the bar exam and you're a lawyer.
Is the bar exam just a crowbar? Because I know how Phoenix passed them.
This makes you feel inferior when he's already in his dream job at 18.
I know, right?
Like, damn it. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world? I'm really happy for you. I'm proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. Except me. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple.
Constantly. I've been trying to remove it, but doctors can't figure it out.
His headband? It's like that headband you always wear. What headband?
I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes.
I'm going on a voyage on the Titanic. It's said to be a really great ship. I'll probably come back to you in a couple years. Too soon. The heart of the British Empire? I wish I could see it too. Also, my stream is like flickering, has a flickering light going on.
I wonder why.
Yeah, it's like the internet. It's fine at some points, and then it's like buffering and stuff. I think it's just because we're all technically in the same area.
Probably.
Yeah.
Then come with me.
Then come with me.
I
Nah,
just said that.
no, I couldn't.
We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together.
Fellas, is it gay to invite your friend to a brand new city together so that way you may tear up the streets together?
Yes.
I've done it at least a few times, but it was with other women, so maybe?
And he even said a wild time too. Like they're gonna get into some freaky stuff, y'all.
Let's paint the town red and blue, and maybe a little pink.
Honestly,
Oh,
I want to take this screenshot and I just want to change one thing. I would change streets to sheets.
Have a wild time tearing up the sheets of Her Majesty's City of London together.
Like, come on, non-coward edition, come on.
Ada.
This is what he meant. Also, CC Takato agreed with us. Yes, it's gay. If only it were that simple. It is that simple. We get on a boat, we go to London, and we tear up the sheets in the bed.
Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going.
when you realize you just basically proposed to your best friend and are just like, well, anyway. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer.
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. You see, in English class tomorrow... Sorry. I'll see you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. That sentence doesn't make grammatical... like, doesn't make sense. It's tearing me apart. Move on.
Hold on. No, you have to say it like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner.
See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner.
Say it.
Don't get it.
You have to say it very flirtatiously. Very seductively. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner.
But there's a pause between tomorrow and then. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner.
See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. I get it.
I still opt to skip this.
we're fixating hard on that sentence. Definitely not gay. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
It was straight after that.
Well, apparently I fucked up. I shouldn't have said anything. I should have waited until I got back. Well, I know now.
Oh,
We
yeah.
shot a man and we got straight after that.
What's-
So you had to shoot a man to find out you were straight. You couldn't shoot me instead. It would have been a little simpler.
It's like the gay vibe is only there when my partner's there. After that, I'm straight. What's the anti-gay awakening?
He's
That-
homosexual.
He's homosexual.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm. Just bros being ho.
Just bros being...
That's when it happened.
Bunny, I think that's you.
As Goaty?
Asagi.
Asagi, may I have a word? Nope, that's certainly not me. Oh, the chicken.
So who wants to be, Sir Masigi?
Professor, I didn't know you were coming.
Autumn.
I guess I'll be the dad.
Hey, Daddy.
Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. So deep. I just messed up.
Wait. Wasn't the professor the one that was shot?
A different professor, obviously.
We should go immediately to the judge's chambers. A deal for peers, yes.
There you go, Susie Dakota.
Cece, I like you more and more.
Oh no, CC Takato's great.
To His Excellency's chamber. Why? Are we literally implying that the judge is like royalty now?
I have no idea.
Wait,
Yeah,
you're an
I-
empire.
That's just a term that they use for like people that are like the high, like caliber.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure they say Your Majesty when talking about like royalty. Excellency's like below that.
Okay.
Okay.
You advocating for the defense of this trial was a sudden move.
Well, that bullet suddenly hit the professor, so you know.
It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result.
Oh, please tell me. Please tell me something's not gonna happen to our best friend and we're gonna have to continue this trial. Defending ourselves! Who is this man? Call it now, we're defending ourselves. I feel as though I've seen him at university before.
I see. I'll go at once then.
I shall accompany you.
No, I'm okay. Alright then, Runosuke, I'll see you in the courtroom. Blush.
Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. What? Oh boy, that screenshot when the bisexuality hits. Yo, what's up, Senior Mustache? Ignore me? This is awkward.
If I may.
Oh, you're the murderer. Yes, sorry?
You must be the defendant. Rick. Oh boy.
Runosuke?
Runosuke?
Naruto?
Naruto, I believe.
It won't be awkward if you come home with me, says CC Takata.
It won't be awkward if you come home with me.
Yes, that's right. You're fine.
My name is Yujin Mikatoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yumi University.
Oh, I see. Professor Miktoba. Miktoba? Miktoba? That seems about right. Again, we'll see.
I think so.
Yeah. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad.
Asagi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand.
Yes, just friends. We were going to tear up the Her Majesty's London. What?
Oh, he's a professor. I'll be a student. Oh, I see you, CC Takato. I see you.
Oh, somebody's thirsty.
As such, I feel you should know.
Know what?
Well, as you're no doubt heard, Soji has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial,
He will be put to death.
I'm afraid that the permission will be revoked and never granted again.
Aw. What?
That fucking sucks. As I suspected, you were unaware of this. Well, yeah.
I've
Obviously,
kinda...
I've been treated like a prisoner for the past 3 days.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I've probably been locked in a cell with very little food for the past 3 days. Help.
I have a feeling Asogi. I'm totally
Asagi.
announcing. I have a feeling Asagi has not chosen. I have a feeling Asagi may have chosen not to tell you.
He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand! Why would the government do such a thing? Racism.
Sounds about right for the government, actually, but okay.
I thought we could trust the government! It's like, oh, you got some character growth to go through.
What do you mean? That's how I die.
The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas studies. Sorry, I totally was blanking there.
Oh, you're fine. CC Takata, government? Corrupt? Never. I know, right?
Super shocking. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances.
I don't believe it. Actually, I can't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. Honey bun, it might not matter in this case if they, if they don't really care about that, if you catch my drift.
I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task.
Oh, don't worry, sweet cheeks. I've already gone through the original Phoenix Wright trilogy. I'm on it.
You see, there are certain particularities about today's trial.
Peculiarities.
Thank you.
When two English majors gang up on a non-English major.
Hey, who's a
What do
Japanese
you
man?
mean? My
Speak
major
English.
technically
To get
involves
everyone correct.
culinary arts and baking and now animal sciences.
Sure.
English is not his first language. Cut him some slack.
Throw it on the character. I like your style. Also, the violin has picked up. I'm just enjoying this, honestly. The music's...
Particularities or whatever.
Yeah. The music here is so good.
The idea that someone just follows around our character with a violin, just waiting for him to be stressed.
Damn it, Jim, can you stop the violin? Dragon is already practically a lawyer after beating Phoenix Wright. Yes.
Well, can you prove me wrong?
Sorry, what do you mean?
You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway.
But then what should I do?
Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction.
Okay.
A flub?
Right, so...
As soon as the trial starts,
Shoot the judge.
shoot the judge. The judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anybody else. You must say, I do. Are we getting married? We have to marry our best friend?
I think he wants us to admit to the crime so that we don't technically lose because the trial never happens.
Or
We just
something
accept
like
the
that.
punishment.
Like, I don't trust this.
Yeah, I don't trust this at all.
Like, what are I doing to? And if it's not our best friend, then what's the point?
It means that he'll be by our side.
I do? But what will the question be?
he ain't gonna tell us.
Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Oh, okay, this guy is at least a step ahead of Phoenix. Okay, thank God.
Of course not.
Mm.
I don't trust you.
Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
Oh, it would seem our two stupendous discussions are about to be cut short.
Superfluous?
Superfluous? Yeah, that's probably the closest I got.
Sir,
You're not Googling that, right?
no.
Okay, just double checking.
Alexa?
So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
Oh, are we gonna agree to basically, like...
To have no lawyer.
Okay.
So we are going to defend ourselves.
It's exactly what you were thinking.
Oh wow, 56 messages were deleted by a moderator.
Fragilistic expialidocious.
Wait, what? CC Dakota, what happened?
Nani.
Nani?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, wait, what happened? Calm the spam. Weird. You weren't spamming CC Dakota.
But 56 messages got deleted?
Maybe
Yeah.
someone was sending a link.
That's weird because we haven't really been like seeing any messages.
Yeah, copy paste. Copy paste was weird. Okay. Hmm.
It's possible your auto, like, well, depending on what you have in your auto deletion, like, it might filter out a lot of it.
Hmm. Well, we'll definitely keep an eye on that. If need be, I'll change some things after the stream. Holy bra, if CC Kato gets timed out or anything, like, let us know and I'll try my best to. Either you and me will try our best to get CC Kato out. I hope the. Like, I hope nothing happens with CC Kato. So, yeah. The timeout was short. Okay, good. Good. Thanks. No problem. Like, I know that you're probably not spamming. It's probably just a bot thing. That was so weird. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, so basically what's happening in the game is that I guess we're going to be defending ourselves because this guy seems to be setting us up to do that, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like it. Because if our friend doesn't lose the case, he should be fine. The question is he trying to set us to take the fall for the murder?
Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours.
What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear?
After copy pasting a link. Okay. Yeah, it's probably just like a copy pasting thing. I thought people were allowed to copy paste in my stream, but I guess it's like an automatic thing, so. Oh, we got a raid! We're being raided, folks! By Jezzo!
Oh no.
Yep, Jezzo. Jezzo Espresso is raiding with a party of 12 viewers. Woo! It's Jezzo! Hey, sweetie!
A cup of coffee.
Help earlier.
Yeah, thanks for the help earlier, Jezzo. Was helping setting this up. That was great. Dragon's popular tonight.
Pour yourself a tall drink.
Yeah. I'm popular tonight. Oh. It's so. Yeah, how was your stream tonight, Jezzo? How you doing, honey? Also, my alert didn't go off. Alert! Get your ass on that!
Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway.
Yep. Also, thank you, Holybrow, for posting Jezzo's Twitch there. You're just doing blue mage things on Final Fantasy Online, basically.
How is Final Fantasy 14? It's been a minute since I played.
Jezzo's big into that game. I seen Jezzo play.
I was big into Final Fantasy 11 Red Mage for a while.
I see. I haven't played the online Final Fantasy yet. But
It is a game I've been wanting to get Bunny to play. And nothing else, she'll really like the Makoto.
I'd really like to be a dragon person on there.
I don't know if there's dragons, but I know there's cat, and I think they updated bunny people.
Yeah, they got bunnies on there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, bunny people. Also, hi, Jezzo. I want you to meet, Buddy, my sister, and Locke, my best friend.
Hi.
We're doing a collab. What about chocobos?
Mm, I just want. The problem is you can't play as a chocobo. But I will definitely be down for playing a girl with just like feathers.
I think chocobos are still in the game.
Mm-hmm. You used to be able to raise them in 11 for different colors and speeds.
Yeah. You have, like, different steeds and stuff like that. Alrighty. Let's get back to the game. Advocate for the likes of you? Yeah, we already said this. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I haven't played much Final Fantasy, but I love chocobos. Chocobos are cute. They're adorable. They're just giant chickens.
Eagles all the way. Though the cacti are kind of cutesy.
Yeah, the cacti is cute too. I'll be found guilty of murder.
Of a hot ass?
Guilty of a hot ass. Slaps it. Moogle's riding a chocobo.
Cute. And I think that is an option in like the Final Fantasy mobile game where you literally stack characters on top of each other. So you could get a mobile on top of a chocobo.
Oh, that's cute. That's adorable. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny.
Destiny's an okay game.
Thank you, Locke. Ah, all this hard decision making in the morning, God.
22nd of November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court, Judiciary Court, room number 2.
No, this isn't Harry Potter. Looking hot there, Inosuke!
Well, technically, I'm hiding the lightning bolt underneath my headband.
Oh, you don't look like a murderer at all, honey. You're doing great. So,
I still say Renosuke looks like the best friend from Dr. Stone.
right, Tadashi. Yeah, Takashi. You're right. He looks like him, just with less muscle.
Now the question is, where's the girl?
Be seeing her at another point. So, this is a courtroom. So, where's the giant, where's the giant scales? Or is that another one?
The Supreme Court of Judiculture. Judicature? Culture?
Ju-
Catcher.
Gotta catch them all. Gotta
It's
catch them all.
not the judiciary. It's the
Judica.
Moving on.
No court in the land.
The judge. The Supreme Court of the judge. No court in the land has more power than my ass.
The best character in Dr. Stone who we never see enough of. I feel that. I definitely feel that. I don't much like the look of these people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there.
The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial.
A secret trial?
A secret trial.
A secret trial. Ooh. A secret trial?
A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend.
Wow, we really murdered someone high up. I mean, I didn't do it. Is that allowed? I guess?
Technically, yes. If the person either the defendant or the accused. Well, actually, those are two same thing. Whether the two parties, if one of them is a military official, this can be done because it is of that person. Because it's, people who represent me would be other military officials. So if I'm a police officer, a member of another police officer can be on the, in the jury, because they represent me on the jury stand.
Cool. What? But why?
It'll become clear in time, but for now, come closer. You need to concentrate. When the scan is about to begin, listen close. Doesn't it look familiar?
This is
I need a moment. Give me a moment.
Do you need to take in this dude's, like, judge uniform or something?
It's more like I'm thinking like Fire Lord from Avatar, and I don't know how I'm gonna pull that off.
I'm just wondering how he did that with the computer.
What was that?
Goat smoke? I don't know.
Yeah, the judge just has to say this is the original Phoenix Wright judge. I know, right? This brother's wearing a cap, so we can't see his bald head. He's smart. Take your time, Locke.
I'm thinking Arco Iroh. Okay, I'm just gonna do it. We'll work it out as we go. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I got this.
Okay.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. The same voice throughout all the generations, that voice.
As is the defense.
Maybe. Great voice, thank you, CC Takata.
Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm.
No, him.
Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate.
Also, sorry, I think Bunny made a joke, but then it flew out of my head. My bad.
That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is that the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obligated to ask for final confirmation now.
I forgot something. We're streaming under the wrong thing.
Oh. Well.
I forgot. We're streaming under the original trilogy. Hold on. Okay, the great.
It's close enough, I guess.
We're not playing the original trilogy.
Well, I used to stream under art while I did D&D stuff, so yeah. Okay.
Okay, I updated it. Ah!
Okay, good.
I forgot.
And now we are playing something else. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial?
Oh, yeah, he wanted us to defend ourselves.
This is it. This must be the question.
Don't say I do. Don't do it.
Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant? But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do?
Don't. Wait and see. Wait and see.
Wait and see.
Kazuma is the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. If I said I do, it would be tantamount to lying. Also, can I say, like, these expressions, the movements, they're also damn smooth.
Yeah, they're really good.
It is really nice.
Yeah. It's like such a difference between like this and like the original trilogy. And I've been accused of murder, for goodness sakes. This is no time for lies.
Try to stop from fidgeting. Rinosuke, it's distracting.
That is the most gay stance he could have took while saying that.
I know, right?
I
Like,
you move. I'm just holding onto my sword while I look at you.
I was just looking at that stance like, oh. Hello. So fabulous, I know, right?
Fabulous.
But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end very badly for my friend.
We are not defending ourselves.
Swords are gay,
Yeah.
exactly.
Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I
Whoa. What are we doing?
slap Rinosuke. Slap him now.
No,
What
we're-
is the meaning of this unruly outburst?
I...
I would like to inform the court that I, Renosuke Naruhado, will be defending myself.
I knew it.
You will? What? What are you playing at, Rinosuke?
Professor McToba told me everything just now before the trial.
He did? What?
He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose.
Silence. How sad. I mean, don't you have faith in me?
It means you don't have faith in me? Aw.
Friend matters.
It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off?
Oh, I think you can get me
Oh my! Oh, can we screen capture that?
Hold on. Hell yeah. Capture taken.
Okay, okay. Ship confirmed.
Yes. Oh, you think I won't be able to get you off, huh?
You think I won't get you off?
No, it's not that, really. It's just that...
That's the chat flow.
You're getting tired, Holy Bra? I gotcha. I'll be seeing you later then. Thanks for joining. It was great to have you, Holy Bra. This isn't even subtext. I agree, CC Dakota. This isn't subtext. Take care, everyone. Good night. Have a fun stream. Yep. Thank you. Bye, Holy Bra.
Night.
Have a good weekend, my friend. We'll be seeing you another time.
It's alright. We'll just put Holy Bra in the fridge. It'll be okay.
I know, right? Thank you. Bye. Head pat. Aw. Head pats. Well, on the off chance that things didn't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you...
Silence. Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mogatu
October.
Something. Professor M shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
I see Jezzo has raided someone. I've only returned now. Yep. Hello and welcome, my friend. I am Dragon Fate, and along with my friends, we are playing the Great Ace Attorney. If you want to stick around, you are free to, but if not, we understand. Ah, thank you! Thank you for the ejection! Thank you! That's very appreciated, my friend.
Welcome.
Hi, Hannah. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Eltica.
Make no mistake, counsel.
Hello to you too, my friend. I hope you enjoy our stream at the very least. You're more than welcome to stay and have fun.
This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself.
Is there any magic powers in this game like in the original? I'll hang out. Thank you, my friend. Heck yes.
It is true, but we have to wait until we find out what it is.
Actually, I think there is no supernatural elements in this game.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think
There's
somebody...
too much magic happening on the screen right now.
True.
Isn't that so? Something.
Naruto.
Naruto?
San.
Naruto-san?
We're gonna have to watch the trailer. We're
Naruto-sama?
gonna have to watch the trailer again just to see how to pronounce them. Oh! Yes, exactly! Exactly what I wasn't thinking! I'm not confident at all! Like great-great-grandfather, like great-great-grandson. Yep, there it is! That's the Phoenix! There's the Phoenix bloodline right there.
The question is, does Renosuke become a painter?
Probably not. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. There it is.
I realize you're in charge. I realize you're in charge now, but I still try not to look so bewildered.
At least our opponent is Winston Payne, basically. Winston Payne's great-great-grandpappy. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
Are you telling me you don't even know why you're here? You are no doubt aware. This is the Supreme Court of Judiciary Court something of Japan. Wow. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present.
We got Payne in here. Can we really expect that?
Do I make myself clear? Defendant Naruhodo.
Grand speaking clear, Your Excellency. Yes, Your Excellency.
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken.
Oh, another quiz. My competence? What does that mean?
A math test.
Now, what's 2 plus 2?
He's questioning your ability to do the job.
Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am.
So, let us start with the very simplest of questions. What is 2 plus 2?
Oh, yes.
Ali, state before the court the name of the victim in the case.
Oh
Did
no, that's
someone
just
have
settings. Damn it! I was trying to bring up the court record. We don't have a court record.
it? You're not there yet.
Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But wait. Oh, the Phoenix bloodline's kicking in.
The question is, how did you do that?
I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that. What was it again? What was the name of the guy I just clocked off?
Well, obviously we didn't kill him.
No. Your Honor, this should prove my innocence right away. I can't remember his name.
Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank.
Yes, Mia Fey. You know me so well. Oh.
All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record.
Can it be found in your court record? But
Yes.
I can't even find that.
It's simple. You can access the court record by pressing right here. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there.
I just have to press R for the court record? Alright. There's no time to lose. Oh, now they give me the court record button. I was hitting that. And I'll hit you later.
Adam.
This is the list of evidence you collected. Now try switching to people instead with R. You'll find details about the victims in here. When you're done, just press the B button to go back. Okay. How old are you? 23. Second year at the Imperial Yumi University. He's my best friend, and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well.
He's also your senpai.
Pretty much. The lead prosecutor on this case would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yumi University from the British Empire.
We killed Watson.
We killed Iris Wilson's poppy pop, presumably?
We did.
Or relative at the very least?
Watson was a doctor in some cases, as well as sometimes a police officer, but a doctor nonetheless.
Yeah,
And Watson.
he was an army doctor, basically, is what Watson was back in the original books.
So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now then, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the People's section of the court record, then press X to present. Try it now.
Alrighty. John H. Wilson, baby. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yumi University 3 years ago.
You okay, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we offed someone that we probably didn't know all that well.
The question is, did you take this class with us 2 years?
I know, right?
Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire
Ah, I see.
is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of us will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together for a lengthy negotiation.
After lengthy negotiations, yeah.
There can't be anyone who has heard of the
Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship.
And so say it again.
Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. It will fertilize our crops for many generations.
Sorry.
You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yumi University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
No, and I do it again.
I also don't have my degree, so who's the one who has the honor here?
But I didn't do it. Oh, come on. We all have wanted to kill a teacher or two. It's fine. It's. I'm sorry.
This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes to a speedy resolution to this matter.
Wait, do I have a cursor? I thought I saw that for a hot second.
I think so.
Okay,
In
no,
other
never mind.
words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymaker,
England's policymakers.
and you're a convenient, expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime.
So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it?
Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible.
Oh no.
All because the victim is a fat man.
Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. And now I got a jaunty song in my head thanks to that line. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Well, I mean, yeah, you kind of had to have been, you know, in order to get framed, wouldn't he?
Well, you and several other people. Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going.
Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer.
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. Wait, does that mean we have a Western English teacher? Specifically a cowboy?
We have a cowboy?
I think we have a cowboy English teacher.
That'd be hilarious. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. And?
Now then, let us pose my next question to you, defendant.
Yes, Your Excellency.
How did the professor of medicine, Dr. John Wilson, lose his life?
I think it showed in the cutscene. Wasn't he shot?
Yeah, gunwing.
Hold on. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Oh, we got lodged there. Ow.
State before the court the cause of death.
The cause of death. Well, obviously that was, his blood done escape from his body, Your Honor.
We're no skin. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence.
By evidence? But how? Can you prove he was shot?
Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Now.
My university collar pin! I stabbed the motherfucker!
Yes!
That does look like a very pointy pin, though. Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes, that's right. That, the, post-mortem report.
In the West, a doctor dissects the corpse to identify the cause of death in an autopsy.
Oh. How brand new.
But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way.
Oh.
I wonder what Gumshoe does for a living.
He's the one who looks at the body. Yep, he's dead, pal. Move along. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. Oh, you will be, honey. How is Bandana Guy able to bring a katana into the courtroom? I take it it's because it's Japan? I don't know. I do agree, though.
This is a so-called photographic print at the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion.
He was really close, then.
In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Oh, so you're not a complete moron.
Not quite. Depending on the era in which this game is set, the gun could really have shot out, debris. Depending on the quality of the gun, they could leave black marks regardless.
It looked like a pistol.
It's all still circumstantial evidence until we know more, have more about it.
It looked like a pistol.
So that's a water gun, if you paint it right.
Anyway.
Thank you, Counselor. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. This painting is now in the record.
Photograph of victim. The photograph of the victim has been entered into the court record. He was shot from the front and chest and subsequently died. Presumably. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Oh, wow. A victory for modern science, I know, right?
Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Game time, baby boy! Wait till they find out about Instagram, I know, right?
Certainly, see, Your Excellency.
Certainly, Your Excellency.
You rhymed.
I know! How did I do that?
So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
Oh, then the mother ever did it.
You cannot call me onto this scene. I'm the defendant here.
That would be so funny. I call her on this game, not to the stand. This is it then.
I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor? You mean Dr. McToba?
Yes. Clearly you're a defense lawyer today. Not me. But that means...
That doesn't mean.
Well, I can still act as your assistant.
Yes, honey. Act like my assistant.
Man, you're really slow in the uptake.
Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asagi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? What?
I could take this out of context so hard. Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweat.
I mean, yeah. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. So how is your headband moving? He's just got like a mini fan.
You just found the murderer.
Witness! State your name and occupation for the court, please.
Physics defined headband, I know, right? Bunny, you voice, this brother because, you haven't said anything in a while.
Okay.
Be as British as possible.
Not with his name. Of course. My name is Satoru
Hasanaga? Hasanage?
Hasanaga.
There we go.
I am the head waiter at the Russian-style restaurant called La
Carnival.
I just want to imagine the waiter like going, La Carnival. Carnival.
Has it written on his hand. Oh, he's bleeding.
Witness? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, Like, did you get shot too, brother?
It is a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me.
It should.
Yeah, you should
You haven't...
go to the hospital.
Brother, you have internal bleeding. Well, it really, really should.
So did the victim who died of fire.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago.
Guess you could say that restaurant wasn't clowning around. Thank you, Hannah. Nice one. I got it.
It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago.
Understood. Kosanagi-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you know about the incident.
At once, sir.
And no petty injections from the inspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspirating, maybe. But aspiring?
It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few dinners at that time of day.
Diners.
Diners.
I think he just means people eating.
The lunchtime rush was over, and there was only 3 tables to occupy.
That fits in with my memory of it, too. There's hardly anyone else in the place.
It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cookery and cutlery.
Also, I'm just wondering what's this guy's gimmick gonna be, aside from the fact that he's coughing up blood.
He's like poisoned or something. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out of the dining area to see what had happened.
Well, I already have a theory.
I found the victim, an English gentleman slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Also, what's your theory, Locke?
If the waiter poisoned the victim, back then they would have little way of actually detecting the poison. The bullet wound is merely a ruse to lay blame on anyone else, so the waiter will not be revealed as the murderer. And then he really accidentally poisoned himself as well, which is the reason why he's bleeding from the mouth. And the cough.
So he ingested the poison himself?
Depends on what kind of poison it was. He could have accidentally administered it to himself as well as the victim.
I highly doubt it.
Yes!
The game disagrees.
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. Oh, wow. Well, that was an interesting objection. Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness report of what he saw, you amateur.
But...
The time has come. You interrupt at an inappropriate time. You will be penalized?
Yep, penalized.
Defendant Naruhodo.
Like, relax, brother. You can question him later.
Don't worry, Rinosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. And now I'm trying to make the judge sound like Firelord Ozai. And now I can't change the fact that Kazuma now looks like Tsuko to me.
Oh, wow. You're turning this into Avatar.
Yes, and I don't think anyone here has any complaints about that. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No.
Do you have work on Monday, Dragon? I do. Bunny?
There was no one else around the table but the deceased gentleman and the university student.
I see. That sucks. Yeah. I usually work on Mondays. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table.
What's the matter, Rinosuke?
That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table.
Really?
And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been worried about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
Interject.
I don't know. We don't have any evidence that there was a woman other than our own saying, you know? I don't think interjecting will do any good.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the game will force us into, like, saying so if it's important, but let's wait and see.
Yeah.
I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject.
Arnosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who will diligently get to work, aren't you?
I suppose I am. I never have got into Yumi University otherwise.
But you can't always follow the rules in life. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. He's basically saying, speak up.
Don't say what you want to say right now. Seriously, we wouldn't if we found guilty.
You need to speak up, Sam. It's hard to hear you.
Okay.
Alright, you scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud.
I mean, yes, but...
Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
No, I'm not, honey. Thank you for pointing that out. But I'm sure of what I saw.
Hosanagi-san, is there any chance you've mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is hazy.
No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone.
I don't believe it.
Actually, I have a rough plan of the restaurant, as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to.
Ah, let me see. A sketch of the establishment. Layout drawn by yourself, I presume.
That's right. I'm afraid I had to use the backup on this card. It was a turbulent situation.
The back of your own damn business card? Why do you have a business card, you waiter?
He didn't say it was his business card. He said a business card.
No, he said...
No, it does. So the restaurant has his own business cards, or the waiter has his own business cards?
I know, right? Like, does he own the restaurant? What?
And also, what kind of restaurant has business cards?
They all have business cards.
Okay.
However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone.
So it must be true because you wrote an X on this piece of paper that you wrote yourself. That clears things up. Thank you, Honey Bunch.
Ah, well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter.
Thank you, sir.
The court will now take its plan added to the court record as evidence.
Oh, well... Oh, he wasn't expecting that.
Is there a bug? Hand that plan to the court officer at once.
Of course. Here you are.
Is this another flip over the receipt situation?
Look,
Sounds like
exactly what I was thinking. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now.
Like, we probably can't flip it over now, but...
The card. The card.
Oh, we don't have it yet.
No, we don't have to yet. I was gonna go to the police officer.
Yeah. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. What? Are you secretly like an assassin and that's your assassin business card right there?
Begins.
So, the court has now heard a precisely of the case.
Ah, flip it over.
Can we flip it over?
No, I can't flip it over.
Okay, well, it must not be the back then. Unless
Oh.
we, are prompted to.
Yeah, we'll probably prompted to later.
Depending on where the lawyer is located, sorry, depending on where the waiter is located, he can only see like half the room, right?
We don't know where he's located at the time, so it could be possible for him to see the entire room, but we'll probably like see once we cross-examine him.
Yes. At the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant in today's trial.
No, we weren't, honey.
It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Exclamation mark. Defendant Naruhado.
Yes, Your Excellency?
If you admit your guilt in this stage, the court is willing to look merciful upon you.
We'll only give you the slight death penalty. It's not as bad as the actual death penalty.
The slight death penalty only cut off one finger at a time instead of all of them.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma? Fight it out, buddy. You got no choice.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. That's sus, an unsworn witness? I know, right? You said it. Professor McTobo said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. No, they're gaslighting you, buddy. Don't do this. Don't do this. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
Silence. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it?
Oh, honey. What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer's duty is bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Or are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself?
Not if I have you, honey. Slap his ass.
The battle hasn't yet begun. It hasn't yet begun yet. The
Renosuke.
battle hasn't even begun yet, Renosuke.
Hot diggity damn!
The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellence.
I wish I could look as hot folding my arms. I know, right? Or slamming your hand down like that, honey.
We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses.
Well, we can see who has the balls in this room.
Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is.
Oh.
Murder. Indeed. Prosecutor, what was his name again?
Ayuchi?
Prosecutor Ayuchi, please continue with the proceedings.
Tisk, well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Who calls you that? The desperate?
It's well, I guess.
His mom.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever.
Oh. Please stop talking about my mouth, Your Honor. Oh,
Is it going to be occupied?
no.
The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well, officer. Bring forth the witness at once.
Witnesses?
We have to deal with multiple mother effers at the same time.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant... What?
Lysa Nosa reporting for duty.
Lise Nosa. Is that okay? Lise?
Nosa
Lise
reporting.
Nosa, reporting for duty, sir.
I'm trying to figure out this guy's pawn name. Lisa Nose? Anyway, have a good evening, everyone. Bye, Hannah. Good night. Thank you for joining
Enjoy your
me.
evening, sir.
Yep, enjoy your evening. Thank you for following the channel. I very much appreciate it, my friend. Thank you.
Night.
Good night. Buddy,
Yep.
I think it's through to you.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the
Efflorescence of our nation.
efflorescence of our nation, Nippon.
Buddy, before we proceed, have you heard of the Japanese Southern accent?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
And conduct my trade from Razuti, a humble premise in the 2nd District,
Curio
Mercurio
Korikuta?
Korikuta at your service. Well, I tried doing like an old person voice and it just came out southern.
I know, right?
I like how it came out. An antique dealer. Why is it so? And a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
I know it's unusual, but we've been married for 30 years, Your Honor.
To each their own, I assume.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be at the diners at the other table. The waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post noon.
I just want to say that's habitually. Like habit? Habitually?
Habitually.
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 Yeah.
And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios from which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying.
He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival.
Oh, I see.
He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques. He tries to sell his wares to them.
Oh, and he keeps going to that restaurant because it has high-class patrons.
Because it has cheap, people who want to buy cheap things for expensive prices. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele.
Called it.
Right?
Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seeking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir.
Oh boy, this is a card.
It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there with that unloaded. There who unloaded his firearms, sir?
Over there who unloaded his firearm, sorry. Yeah.
Over there who unloaded his firearms, sir.
This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said.
So this is the defense.
Decisive.
This is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment he shot the victim dead.
He probably didn't, because we probably didn't do it. Yes.
Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable yet?
Would you like a back massage? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. What was that body posture move? Which one?
Now, the court will hear your formal testimony. Please. You will state everything you saw the precise moment that the incident occurred.
How about you want to bet there's some flubbing here?
Yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir.
Unsavory memories of the most acerbic?
I'm not
Acerbic? Afternoon.
Afternoon? I've never even seen that word before. Okay.
Same.
I've seen afternoon plenty of times.
He could be making it up. I never heard of afternoons.
What the witnesses saw.
It was an interest. It was a ingesting and I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military.
Okay.
At the precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's action with my own eye. That black, ununiformed, civilian candidate fired and on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Wait, back.
Yeah.
From his back, from the back. So shot from the back, but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. We already got a contradiction here.
I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously
Absconded.
Ignored or, skipped over.
Basically, the man didn't see shit.
For English not being their first language, they're using a lot of words I don't even fucking know.
Alright.
Well, you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moments. You saw the split second when the defendant fired a weapon on the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. The wicked university candidate, sir. The cruel and unforgiving enemy.
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
I was gonna say assaulted, but then I looked closer at that world and it's like, yeah, you got it.
Like he has different antiques for every scene.
Also, that's funny. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Okay, Rinosuke. Don't worry, honey. We got you.
Wow.
Is that really true, Rinosuke? Did you Did you?
Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. Why did you pick up the gun lying on the floor, son?
That's what I always ask when people like pick up the murder weapon. I'm like, why?
After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting.
Wait, so did you hear the actual shot fire?
I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up...
So there's two
Dang.
guns.
Most likely. There's either two guns or there was something that made a very similar sound to a gun at the precise moment he picked it up. Either way, it's a setup.
Hmm.
At least that makes more sense as to why he picked it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if that's the truth, there was absolutely a criminal on the scene somewhere.
Obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere, yeah.
And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies is a clue to who that criminal was.
There is?
Well, first off, General McNugget over here thought saw us shooting a guy in the back.
General McNugget.
Renate, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses.
Cross-examine?
Do it. Do it now.
Oh,
Renate.
don't worry, I'll cross-examine you, honey. I mean,
We have heard, Your Excellency. There is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty.
no?
You're a fool.
It is time to bring the suspectful student to justice.
Certainly. The testimony of the court has just heard eliminates any vestiges of doubt.
Bruh.
Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare
Hold your high horses.
what in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst.
The defense demands its right to cross-examination.
There you go, big boy.
There you
Look
go,
at you.
honey. Oh, you make me so proud, honey bun.
Dear me, dear me.
Oh, you can shove it.
Let me guess, the Hachimaki? Hachimaki? That band boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? How did he know? Oh, Ryusuke! By the way, I just sent you guys something in Messenger that I think you'll find funny.
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to do a cross-examination.
You doubt Ryusuke? You kick his confidence like the football? Jail for culprit! Jail for culprit for 1,000 years!
Whether or not you think he's capable, it is irrelevant. I can't say it.
Ooh,
Irrelevant.
take a step fucking back.
Yeah, I know, right? Kazuma is so commanding.
I love it.
Ooh.
Very well. Let the defense conduct its cross-examination of the witness.
Let me at him! Let me at him!
Alright. This is where the battle really begins, Ryusuke.
But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Don't worry, let the ghost of me take over your body.
We got your back. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements.
Funny that you should say we got their back, Locke.
How?
You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier said that he has to be alive.
Well, yes, but...
It's just a case of proving it. And the key is doing it. The key to doing it is that evidence.
That isn't.
Right, evidence.
All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying.
Gotcha.
Now then, let's go, Benosuke. Don't let them beat you. Only I can.
That was cute. I don't know what that was, but it was cute.
I think, like, he slammed his hands down, realized, ow, and then went right back. That's an adorable animation. I almost want to go back and replay that, you know?
Again.
Yeah, we'll probably will, but that was nice.
All right, then. It's all or nothing.
What the witnesses saw. Okay, so we pretty much already know what the contradiction is here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Not from the back.
Yeah.
We did not hit it from the back, boys.
I'm so...
Okay. Not exactly what I expected to hear out of Bunny, but okay.
I mean, I kind of expected it, but you never really prepared. Anyway, okay.
Bunny, no more carrot sticks for you tonight.
I was gonna say, like, if I accidentally misclick because of that statement.
It'll be worth it.
Madame Chin.
Oh, they're sweating.
What are you playing at, candidate?
Cadet.
What is the meaning of this insubordination? Trusting some photographic print in my mustache?
I'm just imagining, like, Pinosuke silent as the grave, just suddenly saying, yes, then nothing else, and then putting a picture, like, right in front of his face. Just still not saying anything. Inconsistency, sir.
He really just did that.
I mean, yes.
There is. There's a clear inconsistency here. Contradiction is what you're looking for, honey. Contradiction. And you will find...
Inconsistency in your statement.
It's getting late, so I've got to head to bed, but it's been fun. Hope you have a good weekend, Dragon. It was nice meeting you, Locke, and good to see you in stream, Bunny. Yeah.
Yay!
Bye,
Nice.
CC.
Otto.
Yep.
Good night.
See you, CC Dakota. Thank you for coming to the stream. Thank you. It was great to have you, as always, my friend.
Tisk, what nonsense. What could this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
The difference between front and back?
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in the Grand Courtroom.
I agree with you, but we're kind of forced to be here.
So yeah, I'm glad I could be here for Gay Ace Attorney Chronicles. Yes, yes. So glad to have you here, my friend.
It's a week every week.
Ah,
Yeah. We might not do it like every week. We'll try to do it like when we can. We're looking towards Saturdays possibly of doing the Great Ace Attorney. But we'll keep everyone up to date.
this is so frustrating.
Also, sorry if I interrupt anyone there.
Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain.
I look forward to the next stream. Yeah. We'll look forward to having you, my friend. We'll be seeing you later.
Please look forward to me being more than 2 dimensions.
We'll see.
To spell it out would be an insult to the court.
I'm okay
Cosmo.
with insulting the court.
I am totally down to insult these idiots.
I know, right?
Cosmo, what? What are you talking about?
It appears from the single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there is a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Lease no say. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black ununiformed varsity candidate fired an English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. From the back.
From the back.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be.
And why not, candidate?
Cadet.
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 Candidate. I want you.
To be the next cadet.
But because
This is
I know. I like how he was like, because, and looked at Cosmo.
I know. He was just like, come on, my 2 brain cells work.
Take a closer look at the print. Take a long, hard look. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet from a bullet wound to the chest.
Oh, Lisa Nosa. His pun name is Yes Sir, No Sir. So his last name should probably be pronounced like No Sir. Nosa.
No, sir.
Yes, sir, no, sir.
Yeah. It was bothering me. I'm like, that's such an obvious, like, I mean, they're all pun names, but I'm like, that's so obvious. Like, what is that?
So, what about the older man?
Let me see. What was his?
Name.
It was your character.
I don't remember the names.
Oh,
Names
well.
of the-
Maybe.
Aha!
Curio Kuda.
Yeah, I don't know how I was supposed to remember that.
Curio is just, a slightly off way of saying curio, which is a antiquity or something unique.
Yeah.
Curicata, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it has to do with, like, him being an antique dealer, so it's, like... It's supposed to be, like, kind of, like, curious or curio,
Yeah,
like
like-
you said.
Yeah, Curio could be curious, and then Kuda. Not sure about that one.
Yeah. Like... It also is, like, coming from, like, a Japanese translation, so, you know. Yeah, the victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. I think we already said that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did.
Sergeant, according to your own witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind.
In the words of Bunny, we did not hit that from behind.
And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
What the?
Wait, there's a baby. There's a
That
baby.
scared me for a hot second.
terrified me. I was just like,
well,
It's like, someone is going out of your back.
I thought he was about to be assassinated
yeah, I thought it was about
by
to
a
get
baby.
killed.
By a tiny baby.
Like, he
No,
was
sir. Killed by a tiny baby.
like gonna get stabbed in the
Tiny
back.
baby. Tiny baby.
What? I know we saw it too.
Yeah, exactly. That was terrifying.
What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again.
It looked like a child.
Yeah, it's like a baby.
Certainly. There was a clear discrepancy with the facts here.
But I think everyone heard me gasp when we saw that like start to happen. I was just like, ooh.
yeah, me too.
Would you not agree, Sergeant Nose? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were
On your child?
on my twin brother who grew out of my back.
Aw, I heard that.
Background.
The
76 under
baby.
this delicious La Carnival steak, sir.
No, it's not the baby.
He was on the baby. What?
The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Lise Nose, did not see the defendant firing the gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple then. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Ooh, burn.
Hot damn. Also, what color is his hair?
He doesn't have any, he's bald.
Are you talking about our best friend?
Yes.
It's like
Oh.
gray.
Yeah, it looks like it has
Okay.
tinges of green in it. That's why I was asking.
That's what I was
Yeah, it's
thinking
like a
myself.
grayish green color.
Yeah.
Also, I've
It's
been
like a
looking
wolf
it up. So
Yeah.
the old man, Curio, which is odd or unique, and his other name, Kurukata, means 3 pennies. He's an old unique man worth 3 pennies.
Oh, I see.
He's an old man who's lost his sense.
Ah!
Yeah.
The layers. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from this one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Are you having an eternity awakening? Oh, do you want to be a lawyer
No.
too?
Only on the inside.
He's having some awakening.
But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, who was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
We disagree to that.
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor.
And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
Myself, I had already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Why were you even brought in? Too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Treasure.
Indeed. The hoary era command my prize coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my Happy to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Razuti.
Please, could you not say the word bosom in this courtroom? I just don't want to hear it coming from you. In the hope
Bosom.
in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you?
My bountiful bosom.
On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I offered my hoary treasure.
Hoey? Yeah.
Hoey?
I feel like you made that up.
Believed that he would purchase such rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished.
Have you checked the child? I mean, shiny coin.
The co-
Huh?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, sorry.
the command vanished?
Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded not, for I was concerned only with finding my
Absconded.
Abscondatory treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No, probably not.
No.
Yep.
I see.
That
Lamentable.
lamentable day, the precious hoary command was lost to me.
I wonder if you had insurance.
No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the coin, price coin for himself.
I like how he's just kind of like, I wonder who could have gotten it.
Yeah.
I'm not naming no names, though.
No say. As I'm sure everyone is present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegram this afternoon. By telegram.
By telegraph.
Nevertheless, the witness's testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels, it must be to British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on the trial right now. What is your position, prosecutor? Achi? Uchi?
Achi.
Haha, worry not, your excellency.
Oh. What do you got up your pants, brother?
More pants.
Thank God.
The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back.
I told you, we didn't hit it from the
Yeah.
back.
Look, we get it, but you don't have to keep telling people.
My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear, that there is only one person who...
Apparently clear.
Yeah.
Parrot. A parrot.
A parrot.
That's a parrot in this courtroom?
There will be.
Quick, ask it a safe number.
1395.
Close enough.
That there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Renosuke Naruhondo.
What? Is that my name? I don't know if you pronounced that correctly.
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he?
I read that as Despicable Onion at first.
Me too.
He really has a despicable onion, doesn't he?
He is a Despicable Onion. Uh,
Well, all we have to do is simply peel back the layers and show them what's really down there.
ew.
Very well. The court invites the witness to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegations. Is that clear?
Not at all, Your Honor. Pass that bag by me again.
Okay, I'll try one more time.
Sorry, I had a yawn.
You're fine.
As clear as Kirakoto glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify. Ma'am.
Now that I know that's a baby, it's really cute. But the first time I was making fun of myself.
I know,
I was
right?
so sure he was about to be murdered by someone.
I know, me too.
I mean, we were talking about getting shot in the back, so naturally we see that, and I think we all collectively thought he was gonna get stabbed in the back or something. But now that it's a baby, like, so they use the sound effect that's like, when has that not been cute? Like, that sound effect? It's, like, adorable.
Make people sad. Think about Graveyard of Fireflies.
No. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative. The newest member of the No-Safe family to rise up to the ranks is surname Ada?
Audio.
Audio?
Nah. It's probably Ado, but...
I think it's Ado.
Auto?
Rank Sir Ado.
hold on, what's his pun name? I don't know, sir!
Ah. Is he a baby?
It would seem those straps are signs of the sergeants being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Aww. I mean, it's also just kind of cute how he's carrying his own kid, you know?
Ado. Teen Shun.
Tension!
Add attention. Ado Teen Shun. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn my. Oh my god.
Aww. He's got toys!
That baby is so happy.
I know.
Do I read this or
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
No, it's not!
Really, though? That doesn't seem to be.
Yes. Pointing his gun at the poor man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that there was the only person.
That we were the only
So
person
that's-
out present, yeah.
That's so weird. Okay.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman. That and all by himself. What was he?
Therefore, no other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out.
Okay, so we know based on what Renoska said, he wasn't dining alone. So we basically probably got to press them until they reveal something, you know? Renosuke, hold your pants down. Hold on, honey. Wait. Hold your pants up! Pull your pants down, son!
Renosuke, not right now.
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table.
You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
He a ninja.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly.
You're not a lawyer.
I know, right?
We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
Oh, honey.
I
Let's
ain't
not even get into that.
I ain't fantasizing about no woman.
Not tonight, anyway.
It is evident beyond reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Oh. Are you about ready to bury your own grave, honey bun?
There's gonna be a lipstick stain on one of those glasses.
So, was Dr. Wilson
this
into
a photograph?
drag?
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
How do we know that's not staged?
Well, also, that's
And
a
how
stain, right?
What?
Well, the reason I bring that up, the only person we know who had a stake would have been the military man, Weston. But no say.
Hold on, let's compare these.
And look at it.
That's
He's
the table
pointed-
behind though.
Yeah. So he's not at that table.
I think they might have moved the body is what they're trying to insinuate with that photo. Unfortunately, I don't notice any other contradiction. At least not right now.
And we used the photo against the photo?
They almost look exactly the same without with the only difference being the position of the body. That's not a good sign.
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly. Based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
Doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
Can be seen on the victim's table. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman.
The waiter before said the same thing. He maintained that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well.
But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him.
It seems that we'll be able to telegraph the report to the Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies have just been heard. Leave no further room for doubt.
There are very sensitive. These are very sensitive political times. As we all know, the ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takasuchi Achi, will have contributed to the amenity of these two great empires is an honor.
No, you will not, honey. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule.
Stand tall, Verdanske. It's not over yet.
What?
I didn't say that. If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination.
I don't know, Kazuma.
The defense is entitled to cross-examination, to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Well, you were planning on bending them before pretty well. Let's go. Cross-examination time. The true culprit.
It's exceptional.
Then, if what I saw wasn't the precise moment. Let's see
Can we
that.
press that?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yes!
Oh boy. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears.
Funny.
Full of events beyond our control life is.
You speaking like Yoda now? Sorry, what do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which
Precipitated?
precipitated this testing predicament.
Wait, how do you know it's a pistol?
Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the contraband from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Now, how did you know this? Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
Only there'd be more people dining there at that time, and someone else would have noticed her.
Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant.
I know. Of course I know the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect.
Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time for lunch, time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time and why he was alone.
Yeah, at that time of day while he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the
What in the
victim
world?
had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
I know, right? Oh no!
Ma'am,
What? Sorry, no, that threw me. Hata Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question.
I'm sorry, but Hata Clinic?
Hata
Hottie?
Clinic.
Hottie Clinic? Out of all the references to make, I didn't expect that one! Was there a gross man there, by the way?
Hello, nurse. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
We'll decide that.
I wonder. What do you think, Renosuke?
Well, it is hard to see how this could be related, really. Everything's related.
Remember, you can request for all of it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful.
Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Yeah, ask for it to be submitted.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds?
On the grounds that if it's not submitted to evidence, then you can't use it either. Not nuts.
The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have the right to explore all possible avenues.
Oh man, every time he slams his hand down on the table and gives it to Payne, it's just wow.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse perfectly valid requests for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Sir. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Only because you probably wound up with the short end of that. I know, right?
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record.
The victim's medical report card has been entered into the court record. And from Hada Clinic, that was found in the victim's pocket.
What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at the first.
Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt.
Feel free to reiterate for
the accused, Korakuta-san.
Indeed, alone he was an Englishman, dining all by himself.
And we check the evidence.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest we check the medical report card.
Can we take a closer look at all?
No. I'm pressing the button. This is just what it is. How to claim that's found in the victim's pocket. That doesn't serve anything at the moment.
Wait, go back. Say again. Found in the victim's pocket. Take a look at his pocket.
Wait, you're
Had
right.
a wound in it. No?
No, I think they're talking about the pants pocket.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes!
Gotta keep pressing until we at least get a clue. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in.
What was the pause?
So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let's not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well.
There's something wrong with this. I just don't know what it is.
As can clearly be seen. There is only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one.
No.
The antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who who testified before. It's not impossible they're all lying.
But for what reason?
But if so, then why?
If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Press?
Yeah.
Yes!
Just make sure we got everything. Why aren't you telling the truth?
What? What? Sorry, what? What did you say, Cadet?
I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible.
Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhado, it's not just a case of those two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone.
That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
If such a one were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of this court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that.
Excellent work, Renosuke. You gleaned some new information now.
Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light.
I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see the medical report card you got before.
Yeah, we were trying to take a good look at that. Oh, you mean
somehow,
this?
Only I can turn over a report card to look at the back. Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it a little more detail.
Yes, please, thank you. How exactly? We read it!
Flip it over. Flip it over.
You notice that some pieces of evidence...
I got it.
Yeah, I got you, sorry.
You'll notice that some pieces of evidence are in magnifying glass. These are the ones you need to... ones you may examine. Press further, and you can see. Take a closer look at the piece in question. Use a bunch of different things.
Use up, down, left, right, side to side. Come
Take it
on.
back now, y'all.
So we can finally flip over the business card now.
Come on, baby,
To
tell me your
rotate
lies.
To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Just by using the
By
left,
using stupid
the
shuffle.
left stick. Use your stick.
Use your stick. Yes, we get it.
You can move the crosshair around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before.
And then I want you to take those crosshairs, aim it at the prosecution, and fire.
You just have to look closely. If the crosshair starts to pulsate. What? What? Oh, come on. Just press further to investigate. Further.
Hey, Kazuma, does your crosshairs pulsate too?
Oh my lord.
Don't right here!
So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this. Medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail.
Alright, I'll see what I can do. Sensually. I need to use left, right, side by side, up and down, all around, and A to inspect any evidence of any areas of the evidence that look suspicious.
Just press further.
Okay.
Flip it over.
Can't find anything out of place. Ah, it's just a whole bunch of Japanese letters.
Bookmark. Earmark.
Out of the place. Yeah, like this.
Woo!
Okay, so yeah. It'll start to pulsate, right? No, it's not flipping over. It's opening the damn book.
Ooh, they got us with that one.
Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history.
His medical history?
A medical history. Ah, it's an entry for today. The professor was killed. Extraction of molar from topical anesthesia.
Anesthesia.
Oh, extraction of the molar, i.e., the one of the flat teeth inside your mouth.
Yeah.
With topical anesthesia. So he just had a massive tooth extraction.
Yeah.
Steak?
So he cannot have meat or solid food for up to 1 week.
So that steak wasn't his.
Boom, chicka bam.
It could be if someone else was chewing it for him.
Ew.
Like a baby bird.
Nasty.
Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out?
It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. No, it isn't.
Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia.
Laughing gas is not anesthesia. Oh my god, that'd be horrifyingly painful.
To be fair, it kind of fits in with the fact that it's this brand new thing that they don't know about. Also, sorry.
Guys, I want a steak tomorrow.
You'll have to make that steak.
This constant talk about steak. Like, mind you, steak's not that expensive. We can swim at a store and pick up something.
You can have that steak on your own, buddy.
Steak, mashed potatoes,
I'll have the mashed potatoes.
bunny, mashed potatoes. Maybe some
Sure.
carrots.
I don't like steak. Although it's hard to believe that there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain.
Wow. Renosuke, you're hardcore, buddy. You don't take the cocaine?
Oh, there is a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthesia effects have passed.
Really?
It sounds like information worth bearing in mind.
We got a contradiction on our hands, baby.
As if people haven't ignored, the advice of doctors for centuries.
Yeah, but let's also keep in mind he was probably in pain, so ordering a steak.
With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes.
I think it's time we listen to that testimony again. Don't you agree?
Definitely.
You know, I like how we were on the right track for this. We're like, medical report, yeah.
Look at find where he says steak.
Whoops, hold on. Dining all by himself. This is the only time they mention...
Well.
I was gonna say, this is the only time they mention dining, but just in case.
I don't want to worry about it too much. We don't need a perfect score.
I know. It's just... You can save scum in this game, that's nice.
Yes!
Okay, that was correct.
Is it though?
Yeah, the music stops, which means it's correct. I think
What what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could, but first and foremost, here I'm the accused.
Renowski. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally, under the circumstances. I wouldn't worry about it.
Thanks, Kazuma.
I could see it quite clearly in the cross-examination that you just carried out. When you raise your hands straight up like that, so purposely, it drew my eye and reminded me of our childhood. I knew exactly what it was that you wanted to say.
Cosmo's like, it reminded me of our childhood flashback, and it's like, Cosmo, not now.
I don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking.
Well, first off, the judge's beard really isn't that great. The judge, what?
Maybe don't insult the judge, though.
All right, and thanks for the advice. There it is, boy. Take a deep breath. Korakuda-san, this is a medical report belonging to the victim.
I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness's statement. Something clearly doesn't add up. I just like how he looks at his hand quickly. It's such a great, like, motion.
Dear me. Haven't forgot my words so soon, you amateur.
Sorry, what? I'm kind of having a moment here.
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. on the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
But that's, remember Renosuke? Sorry. I got.
Remember, Renowski, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words.
He just goes, fuck you.
Just make your point. Nice and clear.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness's testimonies the court heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced people who could possibly...
This medical card has nothing to do with the case. Oh!
Finally, damn.
He just got his big boy pants on. Do you
They were
really?
bound to drop eventually.
Yeah. Do you really believe that?
Well, that outburst half petrified me, boy.
That's kind of odd. He said it rather calmly.
Yeah.
Just get confidence.
Uh-huh.
Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Haughty Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
Dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating...
Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He has orders not to eat, so what?
It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't be.
Korikutsa-san.
What boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally,
There's more?
you have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Oh, he didn't look at his hand that time. And did you guys notice the sound effect is a lot more harder?
Yeah.
That's cool. That's really nice. But that cannot possibly be the case.
Grr.
Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his tooth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthesia. Anesthetic, my bad.
Anesthetic.
Arr!
Expertly done, partner.
That is a team partner. So weird.
Like you said, cowboy English teacher.
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
That's not his plate of food.
Exactly.
That's the soldier's plate of food, because he was the only one that was told that was eating steak.
It's either the soldier's plate of food, so yeah, that's basically them making up evidence, or it was the woman at the table's food. Also, sorry, I'm moving something.
Yeah, I was wondering what you were doing.
Yeah, sorry. I was actually standing up for a hot minute there.
Yeah, the camera tends to lose tracking when you get too far from it.
Yeah. On top of that, it's just because, like, my bum's sore.
Well, like a new one.
A new bum?
Also, there's a link on Renosuke's face. Nope, it's gone.
That was me resetting my VC face. Sorry. Anyway, let's continue. I'm having a moment. Don't worry about me.
How dare you?
Well, I mean, yeah, you're not exactly the startling beacon of intelligence here, Pain. I'm calling you Pain. I know that's not your name in this version, but I'm calling you that.
Oh, he is a pain.
Oh yeah.
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned.
You just can't help yourself.
Okay, look. Okay, let me do this again. This is just like it works. It's just like it's not going across well. I think it's fair to say the tables in this restaurant case have turned.
Yes.
Renosuke, no, Kazuma, you're trying so hard, but it's just not. It's not coming over well. Wouldn't you agree, Renosuke?
Yes, most definitely. Buck up, boy.
So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat.
Yep.
Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. How did he eat the steak? Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel?
Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. Pivotal.
Pitiful.
This is
Pivot
the
hop!
start of your turning of this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Now, grab your pants.
At the moment, I'm full of puke. Got it. So, the person calling the steak at the victim's table must have been...
Me!
The two witnesses. And yet
maybe-
unknown third party.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're asserting that one. But, I'm just like, nay! So the court may not know. I actually ordered that beefsteak for the witness, but little did I know he couldn't eat.
Something to keep in mind, we actually don't know what Renosuke and Renosuke and Kazuma actually ate. They
Oh.
were there as well.
They had coffee,
Oh, that's not a coffee. Yeah.
so I think they might have just gone for a coffee.
Alright.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only thing that we can say definitely.
Probably the only thing they could afford.
Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was because I saw her.
When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it.
Ah,
We have a strong evidence to support to our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Sorry, that one. Okay,
His pose says confidence, your voice says wavering.
look, it's been a long night.
I know. I thought he was gonna bring out his sword there for a hot second. Kazuma. I
But
didn't
that's okay.
Kazuma. Let me have a moment.
Renosuke.
insane.
Hi, Bunny.
Hey, bunny.
You would take on the government?
Hey, we didn't start the fire.
Don't worry, Council. I have no issue with you. Yet.
What do you mean?
I have an issue with them. Those two witnesses at the stand, in the stand. Bunny? Bunny. Come here, Bunny.
Come on, give us a wow.
Good, Bunny.
There you go.
What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you are deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously, you'll be charged with perjury. Perjury?
Oh, come on. That doesn't mean crap in this universe.
And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit.
Complicit.
Complicit in the killing.
Complicit in the murder. Yeah, but no.
I think they both said no, but they didn't include both of them. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. What? Oh, no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I was just following orders.
That's right. As the man says. they never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they are told us.
Ha!
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
What? What did you just say? Korkudakan. Korkudakan.
oh no.
You were just following orders?
Now, hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman. Grr. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas?
What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? Of all this? These witnesses gave false statements?
In this game? No! Of course not! I had to take a screenshot from that.
Is this true, you pair?
Just once. Just one simple. No, just one simple slip up.
Slip of the tongue.
Order. Counsel, explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this!
Now we've gone back to the gentle slapping of the table. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
oh, well,
That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to the murder, are you? You wouldn't. And this can't be happening. Renosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence.
I bet.
However, I don't believe Uchi had any idea about it.
What are you saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
my bad, I thought that was Kazuma! I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose.
What one has to do to set yourself up? Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit.
So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witness keep their mouth shut. Okay! Meeting now! It was the waiter!
Go further to the left. Because I'm thinking a second from the left.
Who?
Second from the left.
Oh, you mean this Mictoba? Yeah, I was thinking Mictoba too, actually. Like,
Forensic medicine, Kazuma's mentor, he wants this to be done quickly.
I mean,
If we took the fall and witnesses weren't there, if we didn't have Kazuma there but helping us, it would have already fallen apart.
basically, I mean, he's also the only one who has any sort of influence at all in this case, at least at this point. Because, yeah, we already established he didn't know anything about this, and the only one is, like, a waiter, dead guy, and then, well, of course, these two.
yeah,
Also, sorry, Bunny, what's up?
I said it has to be.
Yeah.
He's the only one who has anything to gain, and that's required for any sort of evidence. he would benefit from this case ending quickly.
Yeah, how exactly? Not really too sure, but yeah. At least that's like the idea for now.
Well, Kazuma is his pupil, so of course he doesn't want his pupil to fail and then not be able to go overseas.
True, true. I just think there might be something a little bit deeper than that, but yeah. For now, that's pretty much the reason.
Can we actually go back to the evidence again? I want to see what his position is.
He's a professor.
A medical school professor at the Imperial University. He is another medical professor. So was Wilson. Could he have been trying to remove another medical professional so he would be the only one?
I kind of doubt that, but he might have known Wilson, so there might be some beef there.
Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did lose connection.
Hold on.
Reconnecting. Connection lost.
Give her a second.
So, Bunny, are you having fun?
Yeah.
You seem a little tired already.
Well.
Well, I think the case will be over soon. Once we wrap things up, I would think that'll be the end of the stream anyway.
Yeah.
Did Dragon just get hit in the face?
I don't think so.
So, Bunny, where can people find you on the internet? Instagram, and stuff like that.
Yeah, you can find me on Instagram at Miss Rose Creation.
Plugging your stuff.
Yeah.
Why not? We have time.
I feel that. Because I think you guys figured out what happened here. At least you got an idea. Aha. And the negative goes into there, and the plus goes into there. And I did it right. And boom.
And so it begins.
Is there...
Evidence that proves whoever it really did wield his or her power here.
But how? How can we possibly...
Remember, how we made progress before.
Before?
We
Oh.
examined this piece of evidence in detail and found a new clue as a result.
Oh. We forgot.
Look at the business part. Oh, we can look at all of them. All of them can be looked at.
The Wheel of Fortune.
Criminal
Chief.
Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Santoro Osano.
He's an undercover police investigator in a high position, too!
So it was the waiter.
Yep. That figures.
Check all the names again. Asagi. No. I want to see if there's any other connections before we keep going. Wilson definitely not gonna fit, and the rest are civilian. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you want to check everything else? Because we're magnifying glasses.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else.
The Wheel of Fortune.
My crest.
Oh, a number. So the question is that, oh, it's 000901.
No. No. No, why are you doing this to me? No!
Grab my controller from downstairs.
Yeah, could you do that for me, Sam?
Sure.
Thank you.
And look at my brother, dude. My brother Sam.
My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yumi student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you could just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already. I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere. But then I forget not to forget that.
How'd you get a new pin then?
You're a hot mess, son!
Probably his best friend, who probably was just like, get a new pin.
Yeah.
He's like, cute, hot mess though.
Thank you. Alright. Alrighty.
Alright, what did I miss?
Not that much. Ah, damn it. I mean,
Oh.
they're not connecting, but I think my controller's behaving now. Let's see. Nope. Never mind. Joystick's still left. Please don't enjoy my torment. There we go. The baby has been armed. Okay. I don't think there's anything else really to examine here. I think, like, we're pretty much good. We've already examined this.
I still would like to check everything just in case.
Nah, we're fine.
Okay.
Yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece. Wait, sorry, Cosmo.
Mhm. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. But let me talk slower. I want answers. If it's not proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Alright, sorry.
Please wait, Your Excellency! I have no idea about any of this! I swear to every Shinto god! I knew nothing!
And what does the defense have to say about all of this?
It was the butler.
Think it always though?
Yes, I'm kidding. It's a joke. Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head.
Taco Bell.
Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... our boy.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hazanaga-san.
Hasunaga-san. The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Well, but you see, he's not a simple waiter.
poppycock.
Who says that nowadays?
It's back then. Keep that in mind.
He's still a loser.
Technically is kind of cool back then, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter cannot possibly have that level of influence.
For one, I still don't agree with you. If that is the only man truly were a waiter,
Well, if he truly were.
come on, Renosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth.
The truth, also the name of my trusty blade. The truth about Satoru Hasanaka's son's real identity as proven by this evidence.
I'm not sure what it's supposed to prove, Counsel.
Flip it.
I think, Your Excellency, that this proves that what this proves is not the true nature of the waiter, but the true nature of the accused.
Sorry?
A blackguard who would stoop to presenting irrelevant evidence to incriminate an innocent man. That's the true nature of this rookie.
Did I have to, like, go over all the ends we have one more time? Something in there that proves who this waiter really is. Do I have... I thought I examined it. Oh, sorry, Sam.
Did we actually, when we flipped the card, did we actually take a look at it with the magnifying glass?
Yeah, I think that was the thing, is I just didn't click it. Alrighty then, I'll try. I tried to, but it was with the faulty controller, so...
Come on, Renosuke. Time to hit them with something. Examine.
And flip it over.
Well, that's unexpected.
What is?
Look, do you see it? It says the witness's name here. Satori Hosonaga.
Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. I mean, I think we even pointed out, like, isn't it weird that this waiter has a business card?
Exactly. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title.
His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hasanage, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth?
I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielded, it somehow here?
If they're wielding it somehow here. Has been updated in the court. There it is. Okay.
Yeah. Okay,
Ah,
now
okay.
we go back.
Sweet Bimby.
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. Man in question? I agree. It shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure how we conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest.
I beg your pardon?
Flip it. Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes. It's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is.
The front of the back. So the back still? Would someone please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Yoshinaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the first side of his business card.
I'm sorry, 1 second.
The new student.
This
So explain for the other students why he's so excited right now.
It's just like we got back to this image. It's honestly just cracking me up.
It's okay, Renosuke. Just bend over and take a deep breath.
No.
What's wrong? I'm just trying to be sure you're okay.
Okay,
Here, let me get you a background.
just read the damn line.
On the front of this business card reveals the man in question. The question's profession is true profession. A male gigolo. The waiter's profession, but that's surely
The chief of police.
good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency.
This bimbo
What?
wrote. This bimbo submitted his actual job title.
Why did he do on his back of his own business card? Like, at all?
I know, right? And it's like, did you know you'd have to submit that?
He should have.
I guess maybe he thought this would be like super easy or something. I don't know. You just didn't think.
It's well, actually, we have to keep in mind the judiciary system that's been in place now is only recently come into play.
True.
So it's possible that even as a cop, he didn't really know that turning over evidence would be necessary. Even now, when forensic evidence is being put forward, it's speculation on the part of the officer rather than physical evidence.
True, true. But he wasn't presenting himself as an officer. But even still, like, yeah, maybe he just didn't realize he had to present that. Either way, yeah.
Card reads Chief Inspector, Crime Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Officer Bureau. That's a lot of things to put on one card.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Officer Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as a regular civilian are concerned. So, witness, there in the stand, exclamation point, was in fact the waiter who gave you the orders. Was he who told you not to mention that you'd seen the foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well?
He walks in, isn't it? Yep. Inspector Hosonaga?
Bunny? Bunny? Hello?
Bunny, speak to me.
I'm gonna go check on Bunny, okay?
How's everyone doing?
That's good. I was worried something like this would happen.
Are you okay, buddy?
Yeah. Long this is not the same crap out of me.
Yeah, I heard that. Everyone heard that. You're still on, buddy.
The moment you asked me to submit my step as evidence, I realized there was a possibility.
Take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Oh, well,
I keep accidentally hitting that.
Is there a plan? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Bunny?
She call it.
um,
She call it.
Here you are.
Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card.
I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my right. But I let myself get distracted when I made that sketch. There's an unusual case.
So you mean to say you really are the doctor?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Can't make the bills? Ah, of course your salary must be.
I was working under.
Renosuke immediately going like, wait, if your salary doesn't pay you enough, honey, it's fine. Undercover?
Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter.
I see.
Instances at the restaurant? What kind of instances?
That would be classified as police information, but I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide.
Very well then, Inspector Hasunaga. But you will have to elaborate on one point for the court.
Of course, you're correct.
We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person's presence, having served the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required this witness to be in agreement? Required these witnesses to be in agreement?
Yeah.
Would that be correct?
Correct. Yes.
Unbelievable.
As I suspected.
Ugh.
What? As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair. Beside him, one hand stood a few stools. Sitting opposite the victim, at the same table, was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an English.
So the truth comes out.
I immediately sealed up the message with the instant brutally. Just then I received some special orders.
Special orders? You mean to say?
Remove the English woman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the English woman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders.
But what if this English woman was the killer?
I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea.
Yeah, but she's kind of the only one.
The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, it would be completely out of the question.
So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
But it's not right.
One possibly does spring to mind.
What do you mean, Kazuma?
Yumi University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them is studying in the Medical Facility Research Laboratory. Is a young English woman.
What?
And her name is Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, God.
I can see why you're the person
You mean...
Now listen. But I thought it prudent to check her identity.
And the court demands that you name the woman in question at once, Inspector.
The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jocelyn Brett.
Jezreel Brett?
She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yumi University Medical.
What? What's happening here?
This case is slowly going down.
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of the lady's presence at the scene. And ordered these witnesses to make no mention of their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation.
Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follow. Thus far, the case presented to this court has been underpinned by the particular critical premise?
By peculiar critical premise.
Okay. Namely, the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a discretion of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Desecration.
But, Your Excellency! That would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any others to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Wow. Big balls.
This one has a spine, but the other one doesn't.
Alright.
Inspector Hasanaga.
Yes.
You will now locate this Jesseline Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency.
At once, yes.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
as I said before. It is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So it won't be a problem.
He's gonna die before he gets her.
No, it won't get in my way.
Wow. Tough card, aren't you?
Court will adjourn briefly for at least 2 weeks. The prosecution must call the English student Jezebel Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency!
Good. Then we have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
To be continued. We got through it, gentlemen.
Not.
So I think we're probably gonna stop right here.
We
Yeah.
kind of have to.
Yeah. We're all tired. It's 3:15 in the morning, like, and I'm pretty sure Bunny's about ready to fall asleep.
Yeah.
So yeah, we will probably take this on another time, possibly like either sometime next week or the week after. We'll see.
Yep.
Either way, thanks for joining me, guys.
No problem.
Hey.
Alrighty.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night, everyone who watched our stream, who rated, who joined. Thank you all. And I will be seeing you all. And we'll be seeing you all another time. Say bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Later.